Hey, Benjamin, Abdullah, Chinedu, welcome. Can you hear me? I'm just checking, make sure that my mic works. Okay, let me fix something because I can't hear you.
Wait, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
All right, I can hear you.
I thought it was my end and I was worried. I was like, what's happening?
Don't worry, I can hear you.
Awesome, thank you so much. Okay. Yeah, we will be starting shortly. Shortly will be in 10 minutes for sure. All right. Meanwhile, we're just setting up, letting the speakers come in, make sure that they can do what they need to do, and making sure that we are setting up for a great meeting for all of us. Let me know if there's anything that I can help with. Otherwise, yeah. You are muted.
Okay, I'm going to quickly, can I quickly share my screen and see if you can see some sections? Okay.
Sounds good. You can proceed. I think everyone has got authority to do things.
Okay.
It's a trusted platform. Whenever things go wrong, we're going to act and begin to to scale up security.
Okay, let me, where is this? No, I have to share my entire screen.
Yeah, we are seeing some slides.
Can you see this section?
The click to add notes, yes.
Okay. Okay. That's what I just wanted to be sure. Because
I can add notes. If you wanted me to add notes, I can.
okay. Thank you for confirming.
Yep.
I think that would work if, let's say, I was using a projector, then the audience wouldn't see my notes, correct?
Yes, I think so. But you could try. We still have time to try things out and test it and see if they work.
Yeah.
Where am I? I should come back where I want to be, right? Okay. Oh, yes. I need to be figuring out this Teams thing. Oh, yes, beautiful. It puts my notes by that side. The orbital lets me when people want to come in. If I close this, then I say view, you can view minutes. Ah, okay.
Hi.
Mute myself. Okay. Let me unmute myself. Hi. Thank you for joining. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll be starting in about 6 minutes. We're just getting everyone situated to make sure that we jump on the fun. Right, hey,
Hi,
Dorcas, hi,
Farai.
John.
Hello, everybody.
Benjamin, can you confirm that you can admit people as well into the meeting?
No, I don't see that panel.
Sounds good. It's okay. It's okay. I'll do that. Okay. I think we're just setting up, allowing people to join. Welcome, Professor Haddad. And yeah, just admitting all our speakers for some reason because I can't verify AI. I will not admit AI into the meetings. We are going to share the notes ourselves when we consolidate them and share them with the attendees, just to stay on the safe side. We won't know which bot is joining and whose bot it is, and for that reason, we will just shut them off. Okay, I think let's see. I think I have admitted everyone, and it is 2:30. Perhaps we will give it a minute or two to just get people to join in. And I'm also just sending a reminder quickly to remind people it's a weekend, it's a busy day, it's been long. So sometimes this can escape people. So we can get that. So yes, welcome. If you came to attend the March 15 Quantum Roundtable organized by the Africa Quantum Consortium, you are in the right meeting at the right time, you're at the right place. Just to confirm, we are just giving it a minute to allow people to join in, and then we will kick off. I have to be admitting people here. And yeah, see how that goes. In general, in our agenda, we are going to hear. I welcome all of us. We have Dr. Tara Roba from the University of Constantine in Algeria, sharing more with us about the Africa Quantum Consortium to kick us off. We'll also hear from the Quantum Innovation and Impact Working Group, Benjamin. Will also come in and just share some of the work that is happening behind the scenes and where we are at this point. Then we will hear from Professor Ahmed Yunis from Egypt, the one who's going to deliver a keynote for this event, and we are going to hear from him on the vision for quantum in Africa and how we can come together and consolidate our efforts and our distributed strength to make quantum happen in our continent. Then we will hear from Professor Haddad and Professor Trabelsi on the great work they've been working on and how we can collaborate and the initiatives that they think we can begin to look at and consolidate and expand and improve and align on a vision for collaboration and for innovation across the continent. Then we will come to some discussions, roundtable, where we hear from all the leaders that have joined this meeting and learn from you on what we should do and what the Africa Quantum Consortium should consolidate on, what are the best next steps. And then we wrap up and we are going to follow up with you on those outcomes and hold each other accountable and make things happen. All right, I think it's time that we get this started. So welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for taking time from this weekend, from your busy schedules to come and join us. I really appreciate your support and really appreciate the time that you are taking to be with us. Some of you have had a busy week and busy day, and this is later rather in the evening, and you are taking your time to be with us. We appreciate it. My name is Farai Majandu. I am from Zimbabwe. Harare is the capital city of Zimbabwe. But I come from Masvingo, which is down south of Harare on the way to South Africa. That is the last big city when you go to South Africa, before you go to the Great Bridge, which will be the border with South Africa. I have a master's in physics from the University of the Witwatersrand in Johannesburg, and that's where I did my experimental quantum physics. I was testing materials for quantum computing hardware, and we were exploring heavily boron-doped diamond and the possibility to use it for qubits. Because it gets to, when you reduce the temperature, it gets to be superconducting, and we were investigating to see if it is a viable platform for quantum computing. I've also simulated a hybrid quantum system, which we were thinking about based on NV centers in diamond and flux qubits. I used a 5-qubit device that was available on the IBM Quantum Experience website when they started it, which was only 5 qubits, and that was the beginning of making these quantum computing devices available on the cloud. I published work in that respect, and I participated in a hackathon organized by IBM and FITS in 2019 because of my proximity to the events. And some of the work that I was exploring in the lab was part of the hackathon. We were exploring whether QSKIT as an agnostic quantum software could work on other hardware beyond the superconducting qubits which IBM uses. And that work won us second place in the hackathon, and gave birth or gave strength to all these initiatives about Africa. So after that, COVID happened.
السلام عليكم.
Stayed at home.
ايه شو الاخبار يا معلم؟ كله تمام؟
Stayed at home.
ولا يهمك يا معلم، ايه الاخبار؟
And unfortunately, I can't see the speaker. Thank you. So I stayed at home and started building that time what we called One Quantum Africa. It's a community that has produced some of the leaders that we see doing quantum across the continent today. Worked with the Pumzile, we were in the same department. She's also joining this meeting. She's from South Africa. I've worked with Shannon in Kenya. I've worked with Zaha Ben Rashid in Tunisia. I've worked with some other folks from Nigeria, the Gambia, Libya, Egypt, and we came together during COVID and we began to promote quantum across Africa. Then I left and came to the United States to go to the Colorado School of Mines, and I graduated from there with a master's again in applied physics, this time around a non-thesis one. And I'm based in Oklahoma City, where I teach at the Oklahoma School of Science and Mathematics. I happen to be teaching quantum mechanics this semester. I'm the quantum guest editor for the physics teacher. I am part of the organizing committee for PEC, the Physics Education and Research Conference happening in Washington, DC in August. And I've been involved in different communities, a community which has now been taken up by Resonance. I have consulted in quantum. I have participated in this conversation. I've been an IBM Quantum Leader for Africa in 2020, attended summits, spoke at different places. And my vision is to see Africa really well represented and showcasing its outputs, collaborating, and making things happen. So I really, really am thankful to see this happening and to bring all this community of leaders together to chart a path forward for quantum in Africa. Thank you so much for attending. I will give it up to my colleagues that I've been working with on this project. We've got Benjamin, we've got Robert, who's been a mentor, a friend, and we've worked together on this for a long time, I think for about more than a year and almost getting to 2 years on this project to get it to this day. So he will share more about the consortium and the background and just define what it is and where we are. Tenito also has joined here. We've got Omar as well. We had a late night setting up the logistics for the meeting and just thinking and everything else that comes beyond what we're talking about today. So thank you so much for joining. And my name is Farai Mashandu once again, and I'll give it up to Dr. Taha Robert to take us forward and tell us more about the consortium and its vision and what we had said this will perhaps turn into and its promise for quantum in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Farai. Thank you all for being here today. I'm very happy to see you among us today. And I'm not going to take that much time to introduce myself because I don't have that much exciting experience as Farai. So I've got a master in theoretical physics from University of Constantine, Algeria, and then a PhD in quantum optics and quantum information from University of Nice Côte d'Azur in France, and then I've joined the University of Constantine again as assistant professor, where I have been teaching for almost 10 years now. Then I've got promoted as associate professor. I'm an Arise Fellow, and I'm leading a research group called Constantine Quantum Technologies. We are working on topological quantum computing, quantum algorithms for NISQ era, and quantum machine learning. And right now I'm co-founding a very exciting company with some geologists, some colleagues from geology and geophysics, with the aim of applying quantum machine learning in mineral exploration. So I've been working with Farai on Africa Quantum Consortium initiative, which has been started by him, as he said, almost 2 years now ago, and I'm extremely happy to be part of this honorable action and honorable initiative. And I want to thank here Farai for all the energy and all the effort he is putting to make this becoming a reality. So I will give you a very brief introduction to the consortium before going deeper into our agenda. So the consortium is a Pan-African initiative dedicated to the growth and development of quantum science and technology across the African continent. And we aim it to serve as a platform for collaboration, education, and advocacy, aiming to ensure Africa's active participation in the global quantum revolution. With that, our key objectives is to engage, to connect, and to contribute. We would like to engage through raising awareness about quantum technologies and their potential applications across Africa, and disseminating information to various stakeholders, including policymakers, researchers, and the general public. We would like to be a connecting platform by facilitating networking and collaboration among African researchers, industry professionals, and policymakers. And we aim to bridge the gap between the African quantum community and the global quantum technology ecosystem. We would like the consortium to have a concrete contribution by participating in shaping the global quantum standards and policies on the African continent and globally, and also to advocate for the responsible and inclusive development of quantum technologies in Africa. The core functions of the consortium are going to be facilitating the collaboration between researchers, industry, and policymakers, organizing events, which is something that we will cover a lot within this meeting, such as this quantum roundtable, but also hackathons, training, etc., to promote networking and knowledge sharing. And we would like to provide resources and information through newsletters and online platforms, which is action already ongoing. And we hope that this platform and this initiative and this consortium will be able to advocate for Africa's interest in the global quantum technology landscape. This initiative started by Farai have been adopted and endorsed by the involvement of approximately 14 engaged leaders right now in the in quantum technologies and related fields. And we are extremely proud that more than 15 expert advisors are already actively providing guidance and support for the consortiums. The consortium has been established with the support of over than 10 founding organizations from around the continent, which demonstrate already collaborative effort from the beginning of this experience. So with this, I would like to welcome you again to this meeting. Thank you very much for being with us today, and let's work hard to pave the way for an exciting quantum future for our continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Taha, for setting us off. Thank you for your contributions and for your support and for your energy. I know it's been a frustrating while, trying to put the details together and identifying what was the role of the consortium. And I want to give this time to Benjamin, who is part of the Quantum Innovation and Impact Working Group, to share with us some of the things the consortium has been working on so far. It's just a snippet of some of the conversations we're involved in, some of the initiatives that we are, exploring. And it's early days, but we are excited about your support and the connections you bring and the kind of opportunities that we're beginning to see coming forward, and the possibilities really are exciting. Thank you so much, Benjamin, and the floor is yours.
All right. Can you see my screen?
We can see your screen.
You can or you cannot?
We can see your screen.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so this section is about the Quantum Innovation and Impact Working Group. And thank you, Professor Taha, for that elaborate introduction. So I would just be going to the details about the Impact and Innovation Working Group. So before I get into that, I would want to just pose some few questions. So number one, is it a fact that there are quantum communities on the continent? We know that is true. And is it a fact that they have been supported by international organizations? True as well. Now with some follow-up questions. Do each of these mostly collaborate intracontinentally to get things done? For example, a community in Ghana collaborating with another community in Nigeria to get a common goal done. Do we see this happening often? So I would leave you to answer those questions. And then a quick breather on what the AQC is not. So as Professor Taha has early on mentioned, it's for collaboration, it's to facilitate, it's to connect. So the AQC is not taking over local representation of communities, and it's not to take over the work of local communities, and it's not to compete for research ideas. The AQC is majorly for facilitation and driving global impact. That is, in a nutshell, is what the consortium stands for. And so we have a collective and a common but often evasive goal. And I say evasive because we need to drive global impact, but in driving global impact, we tend to possibly believe that in individual components we could do that. But that may not be the case. So the AQC is to drive those local connections and to drive global impact. Now, are we waiting for an international organization to link us up? I think that would be something that is a pity. The AQC is for connection with local communities. So we believe it's time to step over the rhetoric and truly collaborate as Africans. The quantum revolution will happen either ways, whether we collaborate or not, it will. And it's our hope that we stand undefeated when the era finally dawns, and that we don't stand as mere spectators in such a revolution. And so that calls for this connection. And so if the saying Ubuntu, if there is unity in strength, if you are as I am, if that holds true, then I think we believe it's the time to put it to a test now. And then we come together and under one umbrella, one mission, one goal, one quantum African consortium. So what have we been up to for the let me say at least past 5 months? So there has been restructuring, and the major restructuring is in getting everyone on board to join working groups, and you can find the working groups on the website. There are, I think, about 4 of them, and depending on your interest, you could join any of them. And there is much more room for additions depending on the goals of the team. Now, there's also been engagement, and I think the obvious is the newsletter, which I believe most of you have read. If you've not, then I think there's a ton of information in there, and it's gathering major engagement. And there's also a Discord channel for easy reach. So you can look at the Discord channel as a hub of local communities where there could be easy reach. So you could imagine, for example, in our international collaborations, which are on board now, there is a potential to collaborate with the Mexican community, JESDA, European Center for Quantum Sciences in Strasbourg. So the idea is when these collaborations come over, it is the local communities or it is the underlying communities which are supposed to take these up. And so from Discord, we could easily communicate that and reach out to the community. And there's also LinkedIn, YouTube, and we are expanding and we need everyone on board. And there's also a February 4 to 5 event which happened in Paris, sidelining the International Year of Quantum launch, and there is an ongoing periodic African Quantum Leaders meeting. Yes, and then one other thing is endorsement and recognition. So as we've said, this is an embodying community. And so there is a form that we need to endorse. And this will be shared in the comment section or in the chat. I think we are more than 40 now. And I believe that at most, or let's say at least 10 have already endorsed. And if not, please head on there and then quickly endorse. It's not going to take a lot of time. And this event is a starter for the International Year of Quantum 2025 as well. And so for this section, I will call on to Temitope to take this. Thank you.
Yes, Temitope. Perhaps you could have issues with your connection. Perhaps you could proceed, Benjamin. You are muted. You're still on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. So this section is for live engagement, and I believe Temitope has shared the link in the chat. Thank you very much, Temitope, for that. So you could head on to our LinkedIn page. I'm sure you've heard the initial announcement from there. And so if you have not yet connected, please go over there and then just connect with the community. And there is a Discord invite link, and I believe Temitope would be sharing that as well in the chat, so you can easily connect with the community as updates come, and then you will be updated on that. And there is also a form to sign up for a working group, as mentioned early on, and you could choose what you can provide to, should I say, the community, depending on your expertise, your interest, and all of that. And then I believe this could be the time to possibly open our cameras to take a group selfie, and then we continue with the session. Thank you very much. And yeah, glad to have you on board.
Thank you. Thank you, Benjamin. Okay, yeah. If you are comfortable to get your camera on and get a selfie, that's okay. If you're already somewhere else and you just want to follow the proceedings, we still respect that. That's okay. Don't feel compelled to get on camera if this is not the best time or if it is not something that you prepare to do for now. Thank you. We think we need to tell our story. If we don't, nobody tells our story. Or if they tell it, they don't tell it the right way. So yeah, that is just the idea. So let us know if we have done well, Benjamin, when you have done, and you have taken the snapshot you want to take, and then we can move on.
Okay, then I took one. Let me change the view again. And let me change to together mode.
You want us to smile?
Yeah, that would be appreciated. All right, just wait a minute, and we are almost through. Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Benjamin and Temitope, for the great work that you're doing with the Impact and Innovation Working Group. They also produced the video that we have to promote the consortium, and they take their time to do all this, in the midst of their own schedules at school and doing other things in life. And I really appreciate. Nobody is being paid to do anything in the consortium. It is entirely voluntary, and we are all just putting things together. I pay for the website and for all the other assets we have so far, and in the hope that down the line, as the consortium gets its own life, it will take over and move on. Somebody somewhere has to take action and start where we are. And that is the spirit that we have with this team, and that's how we've been working together all along. And thank you so much for your support now. We really appreciate it. So let's move on. And now it's time to bring on Professor Ahmed Yunus, who is our keynote speaker. I've known him for a long time. He's been very generous and been very supportive, and it has always been fun to connect with him and to talk about things. So we come way back, and it's great to have him again to really consolidate on all the efforts that have been happening on the continent. He's from the Alexandria Quantum Computing Group. He's the steering committee member at the International Year of Quantum, as well as I've got a feedback coming from somebody's mic. Thank you. So I really, really appreciate him coming over, taking time away, and he shouted out on the consortium when he was talking at some forum in Egypt with the government. Thank you so much for that. We really loved it. I don't know much of the language you were using, but I heard Africa Quantum Consortium, and I'm so I felt so good. Thank you. And the team feels,
it's Arab, right? We speak
under our
Arab in
wings.
Egypt.
So with that, thank you so much. You can come forward, Professor Yunus, and you can further introduce yourself further beyond where I have taken it. And it's a pleasure to have you on, and we really, really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Farai. Thank you, Dr. Taha, for the effort to bring Africa Quantum Consortium to life. We have been waiting for this for a long time, and we have a lot of work to do during 2025. Let me introduce quickly myself. My name is Ahmed Yunus. I'm professor of quantum computing in Alexandria University and Alamein International University in Egypt. I'm the founder of Alexandria Quantum Computing Group, the representative of Egypt in Q Egypt, Q World Initiative, and World Quantum Day Initiative. I'm representing the Arab states in the IYQ Steering Committee. And we have been working with Farai and Dr. Taha for quite a long time now, and I will be glad to help them in their initiative as much as I can. Let me quickly share my screen. As I understand, Farai asked to show what we have been done so far in our group, in Alexandria Quantum Computing Group, and how can we bring this to the African level. So I'm just going to talk quickly what we have been doing in Alexandria Quantum Computing Group. Maybe this may inspire others to do the same, especially that these are effort of individuals, not institutional effort. No funding. We don't have any funding from any source. So you can do a lot by volunteering in this community. So quickly, let me introduce Alexandria Quantum Computing Group. Has been there since 2016. We have been working before that, but we start acting as a group in 2016. The group actually started by a group of master and PhD students, but we are now over 35 persons. We are a community of individuals. We are trying to educate and doing research, of course, and much more. So this is our mission quickly. Of course, research, education, innovation, collaboration, and community service. You can see my screen, right? All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can see the screen.
Okay. I didn't ask this before I start, so just double check it. So how did we start how did Alexandria Quantum Computing Group started? Actually, when I finished my PhD in United Kingdom in 2004, I came back to Egypt and I started to propose to Faculty of Science, Alexandria University, if we can start a course in the PhD level about quantum computing in 2005. And they were actually supportive and they approved the proposal. When it is successful and a lot of students joined the course, I proposed another master course, master level course in 2007. Then we started in 2014 to encourage the undergrad students to start doing graduation projects in quantum computing. We start organizing. This is where we start acting actually like a group. When the number grows, we have now PhD students, master students, and undergrad students. So our number grows and we decide to act as a group. Then in 2020, we decided to establish Center of Excellence for Quantum Computing in Alexandria University to be able to serve the community in an official way. Before this center, we just group of people doing work in unofficial way. So to be able to serve in an official way, we have to establish this center. Then we start actually an undergraduate course in 2021 for 3 years now or 4 years now. We are doing this. So we have 3 level courses and we have more as I'm going to show you. Then we start in 2021 also to join global initiative like World Quantum Day and Q Egypt. In 2022, we established a professional master in quantum computing and quantum informatics. It is designed for people who want to switch their career from whatever majors they have to quantum computing. I'm going to show you this in a minute. Then in 2023, we start to approach high school students using summer schools and so on. This is our group right now. We have a group of faculty, PhD students, master students, and professional master students, and some undergraduate students actually as well. We organized many events during our history, starting 2016. Just this is some photo. And we organized actually workshop in 2021. Farai was with us in this workshop. Do you remember Farai? So I know you a very long time now. We organized a lot of activities in Alexandria Quantum Computing Group. This is the Center of Excellence for Quantum Computing. We established this center in cooperation with international groups in Poland and in Hungary and in institutions in Egypt, actually. This is our space where we organize. We actually, during COVID-19, we published this course. It is in Arabic. It consists of full course in quantum computing. And as far as I see, this number is old now. Actually, we are approaching 26,000 views. So I believe this course is helping others to understand the topic. We grew a network with many international bodies worldwide, in Germany, in US, in Egypt, in Russia, in many actually. We have quite big communication. This is our Facebook page in Alexandria Quantum Computing Group. Please follow if you are interested to see what we are doing. These are our YouTube channel. It contains many very useful talks from experts. You will find talks of Farai in this website. Actually, we developed during the years two quantum computing simulators, Alex QKit and Javantum. These undergrad projects, by the way, this is done by undergrad students. Javantum is the most successful one. In 2016, we published Javantum version 1, and by the end of this year, we are going to publish Javantum 2.0. It is available online. You can download, you can use. The new version will have many very useful features where you can design the quantum circuit and export it to CERT, to IBM, to Penny Lane. It is very useful. Actually, many researchers in Egypt are using this tool. In 2021, we joined QWorld. Now we are Q Egypt with about 30 something Q cousins. These are phased out. In 2021, we established the Professional Master of Quantum Computing and Quantum Information in Alexandria University. It is working now for 3 years, and we are planning with Alamein International University to establish a full Master of Science in Quantum Science and Technology. And this is actually one of my favorite cases because this course has been designed for any graduate with any background because it contains some courses in mathematics, some courses in computer science, in physics and engineering. So whatever your background, you can actually join this program to start if you are looking for job in the field of quantum computing. For example, if you check the courses, the name of the courses, it might be normal basics of quantum of computer programming. Actually, this course contains 3 courses, integrated courses in this basic programming, data structure, and object-oriented programming. For example, the course Computer Algorithm and Model of Computation, it contains actually 3 courses merged together, selected topics which will be useful to study quantum computing. For example, quantum algorithms, theory of computation, and algorithms complexity, and so on. So all these courses are carefully designed for students to switch to the, and this is actually one of the cases which we can help as a Africa Quantum Consortium to transfer to other countries if you want to start education, because everything as an ecosystem should start through education. Then we have many courses related to quantum computing, different courses. Actually, the bylaw is online. You can check if you want to see what is the content of this course. In 2022, actually, we joined World Quantum Day Initiative. It contains more than 65 countries now. We organize these workshops related to World Quantum Day. And in 2023, we start to approach the high school students. Actually, one of our students contributed in a competition and won prizes, and she's 14 years old, actually. She developed a very interesting program. Our future plan is try to help the industry in Egypt and Middle East, and I hope to be in Africa as well. We act as an advisory for this for anyone who wants to start this industry in his country. We link startups in Africa, and I will show you this in a minute. As a group, we are working in many aspects. Our background actually is computer science. So we are working in quantum search algorithms, quantum amplitude amplification techniques, quantum machine learning, quantum circuit optimization of quantum circuit, quantum image processing, quantum cryptography. We are working actually in many aspects in quantum computing. But our main contribution, our main focus is quantum algorithms, quantum circuit sciences and optimization, quantum machine learning, and quantum cryptography. Let me quickly show you what we have been doing in these topics, in these fields. So these statistics come from SciVal, which is the analytic tool for Scopus. It shows countries in Africa, and I'm glad to show actually Egypt is the scholarly output of Egypt is in the top list. As a university, Alexandria University is in the top university in Africa. All these statistics are based on Africa countries and African university. For example, in another field, Grover's algorithm and computational complexity, again, Egypt is in the first place, and Alexandria University is the first university. Of course, we did not produce all these papers just to put lines. We did not publish all these papers in Alexandria Quantum Computing Group, but we know the people. We help the people who do this research by supplying resources, by supplying papers, books, tutorials, and so on. This is another topic, the logic gates. Again, Alexandria. In quantum cryptography, Egypt is also listed first. In quantum image processing as well. In neural networks, quantum artificial intelligence. But in machine learning, South Africa, of course, is in the first place. They have Maria Schold and they have their group over there. So we are lucky that we are in the second place in machine learning, actually. They are doing very, very good job over there in quantum machine learning. Let me discuss quickly what can we do as an Africa Quantum Consortium. Industry in quantum started quite some time now. It is not something new. The industry, the activities ranges from quantum sensors, quantum communication, quantum computing hardware, quantum algorithms, and facilitating technology. And this is an interesting chart to show the percent of each one of them in the industry. But what about Africa? What is the contribution of Africa in the industry? Actually, our contribution is not that much, and we need to work on this very hard. We need to raise the awareness among the continent because the next the next jump in technology, of course, all of us know this, will be in quantum technology. And maybe someone will ask, okay, maybe we don't have enough researchers in Africa or enough people to start this. Let me show you this completely not true. First of all, I just want to show you this very interesting study, which shows that actually the number of jobs in the quantum ecosystem will grow exponentially starting 2030, which is not very far now. So we need to have take part in this. So to start the ecosystem in Africa, we should have these four pillars: government, industry, general public, and academia. Academia, we have a lot of academia, a very excellent academia in Africa, and I'm going to show you this. General public, we can take the advantage of IOIQ 2025 to disseminate this, and I'm going to show you some initiative to help to disseminate this to the general public. Industry, we need to support the industry somehow in Africa. About government, they start to get interested in quantum technology more than you can expect, actually, especially after the post-quantum of NIST, which shows that by 2030, all our encryption and digital signature standard will be obsolete. So all the governments are in a panic now, actually, trying to find out what we are going to do in 5 years, because the RSA algorithm, all these algorithms will be obsolete in 5 years. So we need to find, so this is what actually another thing. So the education, the courses, the syllabi about quantum computing, we can help in this to shape what can be done in Africa, and we can actually prepare studies to help the governments for the African countries what we can do during this few years to start to deal with the post-quantum era. To do this, we need technical skills. Actually, these technical skills actually come from physics, chemistry, and some of them come from mathematics, computer science, and engineering. We can do this through education. About the market of the quantum industry, you can find that actually currently 61% of the jobs has been taken by PhD holders. No industry can start this way, right? All the 61% by PhD, we don't have enough PhD holders to start this. So we need to start undergrad programs or professional master programs for people who have bachelor degrees because we need to raise the industry, to raise the ecosystem. This percent must be more than this. We have a very good chance to help Africa in this term. Let me show you this slide about the global effort in 2025. $44 billion has been I can't not spend yet, but they are working funds all over the world. But Africa does not have enough funds, right? But this is not fair because if we check the activities of quantum science and technology in Africa, starting from 2019 to 2024, we have about 10,000 published papers in prestigious journals. If you can check the distribution, this distribution among all topics in quantum science. And actually, quantum science is not about mathematics, physics, and computer science anymore. The quantum topics is spreading all over other science, starting from agriculture to sociology to biology to. So actually, quantum is not usually when we check this bubble chart, we see quantum right here, mathematics, physics, and chemistry, right? But it is not the case anymore. The impact of quantum is spreading to affect all other topics. So we have to checking the countries, the top 10 countries in Africa. These are the top 10 countries, and this list actually consists of 46 countries in Africa. So 46 countries out of 54 countries, they are doing research in quantum. So no one can say no one is working in quantum in Africa, because if we check the distribution of the publication all over Africa, you will find we have very good output from Africa, and some of these are in with international cooperation. So let me focus on just only on Africa. So if you check this, you will see, okay, many people now are doing quantum research in Africa, but they are scattered. They don't know each other. This is why actually Africa Quantum Consortium can help to gather all this effort, because when we check this map and with the map of the funding, it is not fair, right? We have a lot of effort doing in the research sector, but the industry and in the funding it is zero. This is not right. We have to work to help in this. So we can actually take advantage of IOI 2025, and I have the honor to contribute in the steering committee of the IOIQ 2025. That's why I'm going to share with you some ideas and some initiatives that is going to be announced very soon. This is a quantum science topics. I'm not here to talk only about quantum computing now. I'm talking about all quantum science and all quantum technology. This technology will affect the whole world during the few years. If you check this in the website of the IYQ25, the aim is to raise these 6 SDGs during the 2025 year. And it has been mentioned clearly in the declaration is to the UN Sustainable Development Goal with high priority on gender equity and Africa development. It has been mentioned there, but no one takes this lead. No one speak about quantum. If you check about the events in the IYQ 2025, of course, all of you know this site. If we check the events, few events have been organized in Africa, and this is actually not true because many events is going without registration. I'm sorry for saying this. Did you register the Quantum Roundtable in this website?
You were saying?
Did you register this event we are having today on the IYQ website?
Yes, we did.
You did. Very good. Because I see many events happening in Africa and they don't register it. Then when we check the map, when we see the statistics, they say no one organized something. And when I say, okay, many events is going on Africa, they reply, no one register. So thank you for registering this on the website. There are some projects to be led by the World Quantum Day, and it is approved actually by the UNESCO. I'd like to quickly mention them. I know I took more than my time, but I will go quickly through this. The first project is the Quantum City project. If you organize any event in any quantum in any city, you can join this project very easily by registering the event in the IYQ website or the World Quantum Day website. This is the World Quantum Day website. If you don't know it, I can put the link on the chat. Just go to the Quantum Cities project and just go. Actually, you can for free generate a logo using the name of your city and use it in the event. So this is the first project, and it is very important because many decisions after 2025 will be based on this map. The distribution of this map will help the decision makers to take decisions according to where the people working in quantum is doing. It is not fully active yet because the project is not started officially yet, but all the events in the IYQ website will be transferred to this map. So we have to one. Just submit your event to the IYQ website or to the World Quantum Day website. They will be synchronized with each other. The second project is the Quantum City Prize, and this is very interesting project. I hope we all help to contribute to this prize. The Quantum City Prize. The idea is to bring quantum, any quantum, to the public in a public place. For example, subway, bus station, mall for shopping, or any public place in a creative way, in an innovative way. So people they don't plan to attend the event, just walk and know about quantum. Just document this, make some videos, make some pictures, and document this effort, and submit it to the Quantum City Prize, which will be on the World Quantum Day website within few days now. Actually, this prize is per continent. Every continent will have three prizes, every city. So the cities with less than 100K population will get a prize. Between 100K and 1 million will get a prize, and over 1 million will get a prize. So please start working on this because it will be very interesting project. The third project is one quantum event in every country of the world. At least we need at least one event. Some countries don't have a problem in this. People with a lot of active groups will not have a problem in this, but actually some countries has a problem. They don't know how to organize events. They don't know. They don't have anyone to speak about quantum science and technology. Then we can actually help in this by providing online talks. But the condition for the quantum event in every country is that the audience, the students who is going to listen to the lecture, should exist physically somewhere. If you can go and give the lecture in this country, it will be very good. Otherwise, you can through Zoom give them the lecture, but they have to be physically in some place to be counted in this project. So all these projects will be endorsed by both UNESCO and World Quantum. I was planning to speak about some of the research we are doing in Alexandria Quantum Computing Group, but I believe we don't have time for this. So let's leave this to another events. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Taha, did you want to say something? I know you will have to jump out at some point. And yeah,
Yeah,
can hear from you at this point.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Yunus. It's an honor to having you with us within this consortium, and your talk is once again assessing how much effort are done on the quantum scene in Africa, and how much this quantum consortiums absolutely make sense, because as we have just seen, there is a lot of work done around the continent, and we need something to play the role of catalyzer to make all these people know each other, to make as much people as possible work together in order to have a first nucleus, a first core team that will help connecting people, help networking, help organizing events, and help Africa shine in on the global quantum ecosystem and on the global quantum map. Thank you very much again, Professor. Thank you all for being here. I will let you with Farai and enjoy the remaining talks. And again, let's work all together to make Africa ensure the best future possible on the quantum ecosystem and the quantum technologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Taha. All the best with what you're working on. Thank you so much for coming over and sharing with us your time. Thank you so much, Professor Yunus. And perhaps I will open the floor to some questions to Professor Yunus on what he has shared as we prepare for Professor Haddad to come on and share the work that is happening on your end. If there are any questions for Professor Yunus at this point, please feel free to unmute yourself and ask directly so that he can assist. I think he shared a lot of information that is exciting you, surprising you, and giving you things to think about.
Maybe they can ask in the Q&A and I can start answering the questions. Yeah.
Sounds good. Yeah, we also have a Q&A. We also have the chat, whichever you prefer, and we'll be monitoring those and bringing the questions forward to the right people and helping you think about whatever questions you may have. So thank you so much. This time around, it's time for Professor Haddad to come forward and share with us some ideas on what she's been working on, what we can do, and a lot of, a lot of legacy in the field, especially in Africa. And you'll be surprised. Thank you so much, Professor Haddad, and the floor is yours. You can take it away.
Thank you so much, Farai. Could you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen. Maybe if you make it start a slideshow.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Then I'll just confirm
Okay.
that when it happens, and
Yeah.
we'll be on the way.
Okay. Is it okay?
If you go from beginning, I guess, there and just put the slideshow full screen, it's still showing.
For me, it's already there, but I don't know. Maybe there is some delay. Could you see my first slide?
We can see that you're on your first slide on my end, but it's just not maximized.
Okay. Maybe I will restart it.
All right, thank you.
Okay. And now, is it okay?
I don't know on another end. Perhaps it's on mine, but we seem we can still see them this way.
Okay. Is it okay? I don't know. It's because I'm not seeing my screen there. Okay. I will check it again. I don't know what's happening. So sorry for this technical problem. Maybe it's better to put all the screen.
This device is just throw tantrums sometimes, and
okay.
Come across this every now and then.
And now, is it okay?
Yeah. Now it looks good.
Perfect. Okay. So thank you so much. Perfect. Oh, great. Thank you, Farah. Thank you, Taha, who already left. But I would like to thank all the group here, basically Farah, for gathering us and setting up all this interesting consortium. I hope that there will be a lot of work and a lot of events organized within this interesting consortium. So today I will try to convince you that two-dimensional materials are a very interesting platform and good candidates to implement quantum technology. So I'm Sonia Haddad from the Faculty of Science of Tunis. I've been a visiting professor at the University of Tokyo, and then visiting scientists in Max Planck Institute of Complex Physics and Leibniz Institute for Solid State Physics, and also Simon's ICTP associate for 4 years within the ICTP International Center for Theoretical Physics. And since last year, I'm back from my sabbatical leave, and now I resumed my position as professor of physics at the Faculty of Science of Tunis, which is part of University of Tunis Al-Marar, which is the first ranked university in Tunisia, and with more than 15 institutes. And as you can see, more than 60% of the students are girls in our university. And I've been also the director of Condensed Metaphysics Lab in our faculty and coordinator of the Master of Condensed Metaphysics, where we have introduced it in 2019 quantum information lectures within the quantum physics model. And we started then in collaboration with experts in quantum information to introduce our students to this topic. And within this master, we tried also to have connection with others university. Basically, we have set up MOU with Osaka Metropolitan University. And another interesting joint diploma with the master computational and theoretical master physics in University of Cergy at Paris, and where Tunisian students who obtained the first year diploma in master of condensed metaphysics can go into CY Cergy master physics and continue their second year to obtain a joint diploma between Cergy and Faculty of Science of Tunis. And we have also established a close collaboration with ICTP within the program known as postgraduate diploma, where we have students enrolled from the first year of our master and obtained the second year diploma in ICTP. And we have also actually organized many events with the Physics Without Frontier programs of ICTP. And basically we had basically condensed lecture courses on advanced solid state physics organized for during 1 week in our faculty. And the lecture was given by Sandro Scondolo for more than 12 hours lectures. And recently, last September, we organized a workshop for master's and PhD students on computational physics applied to material science. And we have also had some lab sessions in parallel with some plenary talks, and advanced lectures. So at the end, the students have organized sort of, let's say, projects at the end of the workshop and presented this project at the end. And I think it was very interesting for the student. On the research level, I'm part of Laboratoire Physique Matière Condensée, Condensate Matter Physics Lab in Faculty of Science of Tunis, where we have 5 research groups. 4 are working on theory, and basically we are working on physics of superconductor, and namely high TC superconductor, some optical properties of nanostructure materials with application 2-dimensional materials and application in quantum information. And we have also a group working on quantum chemistry. Maybe it's better to use a pointer here. So quantum chemistry with application in biology and also in astrophysics, and I'm leading a group working on 2-dimensional materials and topological materials. And we have only one group working on experimental physics and focusing on synthesis of semiconductors with application in photovoltaics, energy, basically for energy and gas sensing. So as you can see, all the leaders of the groups are women. So we have no men, so we have a problem of gender balance. And to overcome this problem, we have recently elected Tarek as the new director, but we have also a new unit, research unit in our lab, head by Adel, who is talking in this roundtable. And he's working on high energy physics and also quantum information. So as you can see, basically all the members of our lab are working on quantum physics. And just since we are celebrating the International Year of Quantum Physics, I think that it's interesting to mention that the word quantum, or the name of quantum mechanics, was first used by Max Born, in his seminar paper, Über Quantum Mechanics, or On Quantum Mechanics, and then used later on by Heisenberg in his very famous paper introducing the new formalism of quantum mechanics, and also by Max Born and Jordan in exactly 100 years ago. So in the starting points, let's say, of the new formalism of quantum mechanics appeared in these 3 seminar papers, and then discussed, or say reshaped, that's some problem, and reshaped during this very famous 5th Solvay International Conference, gathering the most eminent scientists in the world. And all this, as you can see, basically 17 participants were Nobel Prize in this conference. And during this conference, the physics of, let's say, the quantum mechanics physics was really introduced in the modern, let's say, modern form, and gave rise to the first quantum, what is known as the first quantum revolution, which led to the fabrication and the development of a transistor, which is at the basis of our modern technology. And so if we go to see what happened during this conference, it's basically during this conference that the so-called EPR paradox was discussed and was raised, and which gives rise to the famous discussion or the famous topic about quantum information, which was basically solved by the 3 guys who won the Nobel Prize 2022. And this pioneering work introducing quantum information is at the origin, what we call now the second quantum revolution, giving rise to this quantum computer technology and all these quantum technologies which are discussing today. But it's interesting to know that the word second quantum revolution was first used in this paper, 2003, by these authors, who actually ascribed the first quantum technology to the new rules given by the quantum revolution, by the quantum, let's say, theory. And the second quantum revolution will make use of this, all this theory to develop new technologies. So what we mean by the second quantum revolution or quantum technology, as said Yunus, basically it's about quantum information, sensing, computing, communications, simulation, using, for example, cold atoms to simulate some systems which cannot be achieved in real system. And then we have also a very important matter, which is quantum matter, which is a very important topic in quantum technology. And as you know, there is a global race to fabricate or to develop a quantum computer. And there are many, basically many ways to realize quantum computer, ranging from using superconductor or trapped ion, quantum dots, and recently topological materials. And today I will try to convince you that using two-dimensional materials and their heterostructure, it's a good idea, excellent idea actually, to implement quantum technology and to fabricate also the quantum bits. And I will try to show you briefly what we are doing in this area of research and what we are expecting from such consortium. So the stories of two-dimensional materials and all this family of two-dimensional materials goes up to 2004, where these two guys, Gaim and Vozlov, were basically playing in their lab during Friday afternoon to check some, let's say, fundamental physical quiz. And the question is, could we have a stable two-dimensional material? Because before 2004, there is a theorem, Mermin-Wigner theorem, saying that it's impossible to have a stable two-dimensional system due to quantum fluctuations. Actually, these two guys managed to isolate one sheet of graphite, which is this ugly black crystal, and they call it this sheet graphene, which is basically a very stable two-dimensional system. And they managed to have, actually, they obtained few years later the Nobel Prize for this discovery. After 2004, there is a huge effort to fabricate and to discover new two-dimensional materials before graphene, and now there is a very large family of two-dimensional materials where electrons are confined to two dimensions. Basically, this gives rise to very interesting quantum mechanical effects, and you can have different phases as magnetism, ferroclicity, superconductivity, and also topology, which is very interesting for quantum computer. So there is also general thought that graphene and two-dimensional materials will actually dethrone silicon, which is known as the material at the basis of all modern technology, and maybe we will not basically speak about Silicon Valley, but rather Graphene Valley. And why this really increasing interest in two-dimensional materials? Because there are many experimental and many theoretical works showing that we can use two-dimensional materials for quantum information, basically to realize superconducting qubit, because these are completely layered system. You can manipulate it very easily, and you can have two lateral structure or vertical structure. You can also use spin degree of freedom to also, in this two-dimensional material, to have quantum spin qubits. So according to this review paper, we can use two-dimensional materials in different aspects in quantum computing, basically as gates, for example, and also in neuromorphic computer. Neuromorphic means that the processing of information in the system will mimic what happens in the brain. And it is found that two-dimensional materials can be used to realize such neuromorphic computer. And if combined with the usual semiconductor, what we call combined metal oxide semiconductor, if we add this two-dimensional material, we can go beyond the Moore's law, saying that there is a limit of miniaturization of your, let's say, the electronic chips. And we are expecting that we can develop basically electronic structure combining semiconductor and two-dimensional materials for different applications, not only in photonic, but also in quantum computer. And we can go beyond this Moore's law. And it's not only for quantum computing. Two-dimensional materials can also be used to actually have very interesting quantum phenomena, which cannot be realized in bulk system. So basically, we can have some quantum photonics aspect where we can isolate single photon and use it for example, single photon emitter or also detector. Can be also used, for example, in quantum computers. And there are different aspects of these two-dimensional materials where we can use their topological properties, for example, for quantum sensing. I will go through topological aspect later on. So all these interesting properties of two-dimensional materials explain that we are expecting really a huge increase in the annual growth rate of the market of two-dimensional materials in the world. And then you can see from this map that the leading countries are basically in Asia. And as you can see, unfortunately, Africa is lagging behind. And European countries actually understood rapidly the interest of these materials and decided to set up what they call graphene flagship almost 10 years ago, gathering more than 23 countries with maybe more than 1,000 scientific publication per year. And also, basically, the scope of this flagship is to bring two-dimensional materials from the realm of academia to industries. And they are supporting many startups. One of the startups supported by this graphene flagship is Graphene, which is basically, let's say, a physical and industrial startup founded by Vincent Bouchia, who is a physicist from Néel Institute in Grenoble. And we are proud to have Riyad Athman, who is a former student of our Consortium Metaphysics lab, who was hired to work as postdoc first, and then he has now as scientist in this startup, where they are trying to use graphene to make some chips for application in COVID detections and other application in biology. So it's very successful startup showing that we can use these two-dimensional materials and the physical aspect of the two-dimensional materials for applied physics and basically in biology. And today I will try to show you briefly what we are doing in the physics of two-dimensional materials in our lab. And we were basically interested in this effect of strain, mechanical strain, because these two-dimensional materials are basically like you see a sheet. When you can stretchable, it can be stretched. And by let's say, applying a strain, you can have specific, for example, shape. It's like playing with origami paper, and you can develop a very interesting nanostructure which can be used in technology. And we were basically interested in strain because there are many studies showing that, basically one in UC Berkeley, they showed that if you apply inhomogeneous strain, you can generate a huge magnetic field of the order of 3 Tesla, which cannot be achieved in lab. But the field has opposite sign in what we call the ballet. This is 2 points in the band structure of graphene. So you can select which electron can conduct in current, and that means we are using what we call valleytronics, which means that you are filtering electrons. It's the analogous of what happens in spintronics, which is basically can be used actually in quantum computing. So graphene and two-dimensional materials offer more degree of freedom. Beside the spin, you can have also the valley freedom, and you can select your electrons to have a filtered, valley filtered current to be used, for example, to transport information. So in this valley filtering effect, we worked in collaboration with Professor Kang from Iowa University in Seoul, and my former PhD student, Mohamed Asili, who is now a postdoc at Chinese Academy of Science. And we showed that combining magnetic field and electric field, we can filter and induce a sort of valleytronics in deformed graphene. And then we were interested in topology. So basically, topology is a branch of mathematics when objects can be classified by the number of holes, and holes is described by sort of topological invariant known as the genus, which is basically in the number of holes. And we first studied topology in solid state physics, and topological materials means that you can have topologically protected states, which means that they are robust against disorder. And this property is very interesting for quantum computing. That means that you can process your information without losing it, without having interaction with the environment and basically with disorder. And this topological states and are completely, let's say, robust and protected by the symmetry of the system. And the first model proposed for topological material is the Halden model, describing what we call a Chern insulator, where the bulk of the system is insulator, but at the boundary of the system, you have this conducting channel. And the signature of this conducting channel is what we know as edge state crossing the gap of the band structure. So we worked with my former PhD student, Marwan Menai, who is now postdoc at New York University, Abu Dhabi, in the group of Professor Hisham Sati on working on topology, still topology. So we studied different topological models, and we showed that we can tune the topology of the system by applying a strain, a mechanical strain, by deforming your system. You can flip a system from trivial insulator to a topological insulator. And the work has been published in this paper. And then we asked the question if we could increase the number of these edge states because they can carry more information, for example, in quantum computing. And so the question, how could we increase this Chern number or this topological invariant? So in collaboration with Jean-Noël Fuchs from Sorbonne University and Frédéric Péchon from University of Saclay and Marwa, we got the idea to work on stacking these two-dimensional materials, you know, because they are layered system. So you can use this degree of freedom to stack one layer on the other as Lego, as we do with Lego pieces. And we have found that by stacking actually topological material, you can end up with a topological insulator with a large number of edge state. Basically here we found 2, and means that you can switch from metallic or let's say trivial insulator to higher order topological insulator, and we call it this effect stacking induced topological material. And then we asked the question, what happens if we rotate one layer with respect to the other? This cannot be done with Lego. You see, with Lego pieces, you can also stack it at one, let's say, at one direction. But in layered material, there is another degree of freedom beside the stacking effect. We can rotate one layer and with respect to the other, and we obtain this very nice, what we call moiré structure, which is a sort of superstructure induced by the shift, really small mismatch between the two graphene layers. And this twisted, what we call twisted bilayer graphene, is very interesting system. It's actually it's attracted a great attention since 2018, because if you look to the band structure, I'm not going to in details, but the band structure, of the system has a very specific property at a magic, what we call the magic angle, at which the band becomes completely flat. And for physicists, having a flat band, energy flat band, means that you can expect a very strong electronic-electron correlations and mean very interesting quantum phenomena. And this is why in 2018, the group of Pablo Herrero and MIT found that in twisted bilayer graphene can turn out into a superconductor. Very interesting phase diagram as a function of doping, and which is reminiscent of the very famous high TC superconductor, high temperature superconductivity. And since 2018, which is actually this discovery was the breakthrough of 2019, now there is a lot of work on twisted material, twisted two-dimensional materials, and what we call twistronics means that we can tune the property, the electronic properties and the optical properties of this layered structure by twisting one with respect to that. And many research activities showed actually that this properties of twisted bilayer graphene depends strongly on strain, on the mechanical strain. And this is why we studied with my former PhD student, Marwa, the effect of strain on this graphene, twisted bilayer graphene, and also other material, two-dimensional material. And we found that actually strain can completely change the behavior of these materials. And the work was published in this paper. And then we asked the question, how could we see this flat band? There's many experimental results showing that, okay, we can use some very expensive, let's say, technique to see the presence of this flat band at which all these interesting quantum phenomena emerge. And we tried to find a very, let's say, low-cost technique to show that this twisted bilayer graphene is actually at the magic angle where we should have this interesting phenomena. And we proposed it with, in collaboration with Professor Kato from University of Tokyo, my colleague Lasad Mandour from our university, and Jiang Xu, who was a postdoc at Max Planck Institute. A very simple structure combining, let's say, ferromagnetism and twisted bilayer graphene. And we proposed it to have this heterostructure and to do sort of very simple spintronic experiment. And we found that we can actually, let's say, have the signature of the flap-dant using this spintronic effect through the twisted bilayer graphene. And the results were published this paper 2 years ago. And then we tried to see if there is, let's say, interesting quantum intrinsic effect in two-dimensional materials besides superconductivity and topology. And we tried to look in magnetism. And you can see in magnetism, basically, we learned from our textbook that there are basically two classes of magnetic order. The ferromagnetics ordering, where all the magnetic moment are pointing in the same direction. And during, I think, our childhood, everybody was amazed to see that this piece of ferromagnet attracting ions and attracting, also deviating the needle of a compass. And the second family of the magnetic material is known as antiferromagnets, discovered in the 13th of last century by Louis Néel. And this basically, in this system, we have two sublattices where momentums are opposite, means that we have zero net magnetization. And according to Néel, who discovered this family, this is basically a very interesting fundamental, let's say, fundamental discovery, but with no possible applications in industry or in technology, because where there is no magnetization, which is actually responsible of all based magnetic material. Like, for example, your hard disk, you are using this ferromagnet effect because there is a finite magnetization. Actually, Néel was wrong, because recent studies showed that antiferromagnetic can be also used in spintronics and also in neuromorphic computing, and which is connected also to the recent Nobel Prize on artificial neural networks, and where this antiferromagnetic materials can be used also to mimic neuromorphic computers. So let's summarize. We have basically two magnetic families, the ferromagnet and the antiferromagnet. Both have, let's say, advantages and disadvantages. It's interesting to have, let's say, a spin polarized system with spin current to have basically spintronic effect like in ferromagnet. But the problem of having a finite magnetization in ferromagnet leads to low speed spintronics, which is at the opposite of antiferromagnet, where the absence of magnetism, magnetization basically lead to terahertz spintronics, which is very interesting for speed electronics. But recently, in 2022, theorists, actually group in Mainz Institute and also Mainz group and Czech Republic group, showed that there is a third family of magnetic materials known as altamagnet, which means alternating magnet in real space and also in the suboptical space. I'm not going in details, where this third material will combine the advantages of ferromagnet and also the antiferromagnet. And the properties of these materials are basically very interesting, because we can have spintronic, but we can also have topological properties. And in collaboration with the group of Leibniz Institute, led by Joren van der Beek, with Cosma Folge and Toshihiro Sato, and also Fakarasat from Duisburg University, we tried to propose a two-dimensional model for artamagnetism, this third family material, which is induced by spin-spin correlations. And the work is published in this paper. So what we are expecting from this consortium, basically actually what we are doing as ongoing projects, we are still interested in two-dimensional materials, basically in topology, combining what happens in twisted bilayer graphene, for example, twisted materials and topology, to understand what is the interplay between twistronic and topology. And this work is done in collaboration with French groups, basically Guy Tremblay from Paris-Cergy, Frédéric Piechon and Jean Noël, and also with my former PhD student, Marwa Maniai. And basically what we are looking for is to make use of this consortium and let's say set up a sort of Africa flagship for two-dimensional materials, which are very important for quantum technologies, in, let's say, as done in Graphene flagship, European Graphene flagship, or to build also the Africa cluster of excellence as the German one, which is very successful, quantum material and complexity and topology in quantum matter. And basically, I think that such consortium set up by Farai and Taha, I think we can have the opportunity to collaborate and to promote our research activities, and also basically to help our students to join the quantum future, the quantum technology future. So at the end, I would like to thank all my collaborators and all the funding agency. And so please, if you have any idea for collaboration, we are open. This is my email, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And the past couple of years, when I came to the Colorado School of Mines, I worked on ferromagnetic heterostructures. I spent a lot of time in the lab peeling FGT with tape. And like you're saying, I was wondering, why did we do this in Africa? Like I'm using tape here, wrapping around on FGT and exfoliating it, and I was staking it because we were building a ferromagnetic heterostructure for topological quantum computing, as we're talking about. And I'm saying there's nothing that stops us from doing this kind of work.
I see.
And I've also met Professor Deji Akinwande, and he has been an early supporter, actually, of this idea when he came to present at the Colorado School of Mines, and we talked about the Africa Quantum Consortium, and he has been behind it and helping connect us. And in case we are not yet connected to him, we are happy to facilitate that as well. We covered him in our leadership newsletter for the people in the diaspora, and he has been talking about a number of applications using graphene and these 2D materials, and there could be a lot of collaboration, and is interested in funneling that kind of skill to come to Africa. He's a former, I think he has been awarded the prizes by the White House during President Obama's government era as well, and he's well settled in the field and would want to see his skills coming back to the continent and helping do things, and he's willing to do that. So in case there's anything we can do, if you're not yet in touch, we are happy to facilitate that. And thank you as well for nominating what the consortium could look like for 2D materials. I'm really for it, and I've worked with these materials to some extent and understand what you're talking about and what we can do. So I will open the floor for others who may have questions to you, and then we will open the floor for Professor Trabelsi to come forward and share with us what he's working on as well and what opportunities we have for collaboration.
Okay.
Hi, Farai, can I jump in?
Sure, you can jump in. Thank you.
Hey, hi. Fantastic presentation, Professor Sonia. When I heard you talking about 2D materials, the first name that came to mind for me as well was Deji Akinwande. So I'm glad Farai mentioned him as well. He's somebody that's certainly if you're not connected to him, you would like to, because he's had several firsts in that particular space as well. But fantastic presentation. Looking forward to connecting with you as well, Professor Sonia.
Looking forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Nedu. Appreciate it. Anything else? Anybody else with questions, contributions, opportunities for collaboration? And like we mentioned earlier, this roundtable, we want it to be action-based. We want to get out collaborations from here. We want to get something solid. We want to move on the ground, action, bias towards action, and make things happen on the ground. We don't want to talk. We talk in order to just get ideas on the floor, and we want to implement. And help us do that, and would appreciate any help we can bring forward to make this concrete and make it happen. With that, I guess people can post questions in the chat and we can respond. We can let the experts respond to them over there. And I'll call over Professor Trabelsi, if you could come forward and perhaps share with us your presentation today, and then we'll conclude and wrap it up. I know it's late, but we're really excited to learn that there's so much happening in the continent that people don't know about. And I hope our friends who are joining us are also letting us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for this invitation and the organization of this webinar about quantum computing. I will try to present my interest in quantum computing and what I am doing either on the academic side or in, say, application. So I would like to share my presentation. Okay. So I first present myself. I am Adel Trabelsi, professor at the University of Tunis Al Manar. I am a theoretician. I have interest in high energy physics, nuclear physics, and quantum physics. I am also Director General of the National Center for Nuclear Science and Techniques. So I have been interested in quantum computing since 2018. Mainly the application of this technique in some problem of nuclear physics, nuclear power reactor. I will present this later. But we know that quantum computer can simulate efficiently any physical process that occur in nature, in particle physics, molecular chemistry, electronics, supraconductor black holes, and even simulate the conditions of the early universe. But also, quantum computing will also transform our society. It will help design and construct new materials and new devices. It will enhance technology in industry, pharmaceuticals. It will optimize the use of resources and utilities. It will also have great services in finance. So I think the quantum computing will transform deeply our society, maybe more than what is done by AI. In my work, I am interested in some specific technique in quantum computing that's called quantum annealing. For the sole reason that it's the only technique available now that could address use cases, real use cases, not theoretical one, but a real one. And this technique relays in the mapping of a problem on a rising model. We know that what we call the NP-hard problem are equivalent. So if we could resolve one, we could resolve all the other, but we need also to have a scheme to map each model to the other. So the idea of the quantum annealing is, the idea of quantum annealing is to map the problem that we would like to solve to an Ising model and let the system evolve naturally following quantum rules and quantum physics. And the state of the system at the end is the solution of the problem. That's the idea. So quantum annealing is not really a quantum computer in the sense of quantum information, but it's a quantum process that could give solution to some specific problem. We will see some of them. So what could quantum annealing solve? It could solve mainly combinatorial problem. we could have a lot of applications, but not a universal use of quantum annealing to solve any kind of problem, of practical problem. So the process of solving a problem using quantum annealing is to identify the problem. It's important to choose a problem that could be mapped to analyzing model. So the second step, which is the most difficult step, is to find what we call the QUBO, which is the formula that maps the problem to analyzing model, and to let this model be run into a quantum annealer. That's the last step, and to read the solution. So the solution of the problem could be obtained in less than 1 second. This could solve problems that may take millions of years in calculation on a supercomputer. So this is a presentation of the D-Wave quantum annealer. We have different versions of this quantum annealer. The last one called Advantage has up to 5,000 qubits. So the qubit of D-Wave is a supraconducting flux qubit, which can be manipulated using electronics. So we can set the state of this qubit. We can also define the interaction of this qubit with other qubits. So in order to create some kind of coupling, and in order also to make an entanglement between these qubits. And these qubits will evolve later following laws of quantum mechanics to a stable state, which, as I said, correspond to the solution of the problem. So application of quantum annealing addresses a large set of problems, mainly optimization of problem related to optimization. I am focusing mainly on optimization of energy systems with my colleagues. I have been using this technique to address the problem of the arrangement of fuel rods, fuel elements in the core of a reactor. This is a hard problem because you will have an astronomical number of configurations. So that could not be addressed using classical techniques or classical supercomputer. So we use quantum annealer to solve this problem. So we have we succeed to devise a model, and this model could address the optimal position of the fuel rods in the core of the reactor, in order to optimize either the output or the safety or the feed of the neutral flux. So we can define various objective functions, and we can optimize the configuration according to this objective function. So our main idea is to optimize the reload of the core of a reactor. in an optimal way, so we can choose the place where we will replace the used elements by new ones, and this is in order to optimize the output of our reactor. So at the same way, parallel to my academic work, I am also trying to make contribution to the economic world. So with some colleagues, we have started a startup. It's up to my knowledge the first startup in Tunisia that use quantum techniques to deliver economical output. So our idea is to use quantum annealing to optimize dynamic wind farm control. So the idea is to optimize the output of this green energy using quantum annealing, quantum optimization. The problem has a huge number of parameters. You have a large number of parameters for each wind, and you will end up with a huge number of parameters for the whole farm. Our idea is to optimize the output of this farm and in accordance of the need of the grid and some other constraints. So we developed this technique, and we developed a platform called Qubit Flow that could control the dynamics of a farm, of a large farm composed of multiple wind elements. And the startup started since 2 years, and we are now trying to deliver our first version of this software that could optimize the output of these wind farms. So our objectives are to enhance wind turbine efficiency over its lifespan, enable also seamless integration into the operational wind farm, and set new industry standards for dynamic wind farm management using this technique. So the team behind the startup are myself, Marwan Salhi, which is a former student of our Master of Quantum Physics, and a colleague, an expert at the US, Dr. Mojabidi, which is an expert, a renowned expert in artificial intelligence. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Trabelsi, for sharing. And as we were saying, I think Professor Yunus is smiling behind the scenes on just how much is happening in Africa that is not known out there. We have startups in quantum in Africa happening, and there are many problems that people are considering. There's a lot of outputs that we need to be proud of and that we need to support. And I also see from the charts we have got investors, people who know how to raise money, people who know how to connect us to the global network, which can make things happen, people who know the people to connect with within the continent, within the same communities. And they are here today, and we meet on these platforms and we share these ideas, and we see how we can align, how we can combine our strengths, and how we can support each other. So thank you so much for that. If there are any questions from Professor Trabelsi at this point, if you want to talk directly to him, or if you wanted to go to the chat, and we can proceed that way where everything else works. Okay. If there's no question at this point, I will go to the agenda and see where we are at. I know my team have got, yes, I thought as much, Yusuf, that you should connect with Professor Trabelsi and see what can be done. I would appreciate that. So Professor Trabelsi, if you are free to connect with Yusuf, he's raising funds and he's thinking about investing in Africa and would love to consider what can be done in quantum. I know we have Omar in our team following up with him, and we're going to meet him in the future as well to see what we can do together and consolidate some funding mechanism for projects that are happening in Africa. So if you are with that connection, we would be happy to facilitate it and make you take it from here. So you can check the charts, Professor Trabelsi, and just perhaps respond. Thank you.
I will do.
Okay. With that, let's move on. And I think, you know, Temitope and Benjamin have got other things that they want to share with us. But before we go to that one, I will call upon Shannon to come forward and present about the Africa Quantum Summit. She is spearheading for Nairobi in August, and so that we learn about that event and we figure out what we can do to support and make it happen. We want to put the quantum savannah. Okay, thank you so much, Shannon. If you are out there, please step forward and quickly share with us what we have, and then we will give back to the team to just share some of the next steps and the things that they would want us to make sure that we talk about and we are aware of before we leave this platform. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Farai. I hope everyone can hear me well. Yes, so I can start with introduction. So my name is Shannon Mujera. I'm based in Nairobi, Kenya. So my background is in computer science and informatics, and I got to know Farai around the COVID time. And from then, we were working together in building quantum communities within Africa. And from then, I started like One Quantum Kenya back around 2020, 2021, thereabouts. So from then on till now, we have grown to be about a community of 300 people, comprising of researchers, people in academia, in industry as well. So right now we have kind of rebranded. We are now Quantum KE, and we have a community of 300 people, as I mentioned. So we usually hold various meetups, X spaces as well. And of late, we also started to work on a community project using QML to do research on early cancer detection. Yeah, so that's a bit about me and about the community that we run here in Nairobi. Yeah, so for some time now, we've been thinking of doing a collaborative project which will bring everyone together. And I think this initiative of the Africa Quantum Consortium that Rai has started in cooperation with the Africa Quantum Summit, as being a collaborator, will be a very good way to get into to collaborate with the global audience and to have a platform for all the African researchers, innovators to have a platform to showcase their work and also to collaborate with new minds and learn from the others. So the idea of the summit really is to have a 3D summit with different quantum themes. So we want to focus on quantum development, policy, as well as investment and innovation based on the different days. So currently where we are refining the program, and by the end of this month, so in the next 2 weeks, we should have everything up and running. We are also on the lookout for speakers, anyone who's interested to be a sponsor, exhibitors, and it's a hybrid event as well. So we are hoping for it to take place in Nairobi around August from 7th to 9th. And we shall have the website up with more of the details ready by the end of in the next 2 weeks. And I think from this discussion and everyone here, it's just not going to be like any other ordinary summit where we bring in speakers and they get to speak about what they do, but we also want to sell the African experience to the global audience as well. So for instance, I think during at the beginning of the fall, we mentioned about, policy and how we can get the whole of Africa, ready. So the idea is to also co-design, to have different outputs rather, as part of the summit. And I think for any one of you here, for like Farai and you and the rest of your team, since you are really focusing on bringing the whole African ecosystem to get quantum ecosystem together, we were thinking of doing like a framework, like to have a launch of the African quantum strategy framework on that particular day. Yeah, so we would need like more researchers, more people on board, so that we can be able to, for example, to launch that particular framework and to have it like to launch like that would be a very good day to launch such a framework, or even so for the professors and the people who are in academia, because there's still so many universities and education facilities that do not offer quantum either at a master's or PhD level. So it would be a good way to also like launch out an education strategy framework to have the governments or academic institutions consider on how to be able to integrate quantum into the education system. So I feel it's such a good day to have all these things come into play and have all the research, all the innovators, all the different stakeholders able to present, what they have, especially now with the quantum startups, with the researchers who have very interesting innovations. That would be a very good space to have most of them or some of them who can be able to present on that day to a global audience. It's going to be a hybrid event and obviously attract more of a global audience. So that is the plan that is in mind, to have concrete outputs towards the summit. So things that would be actionable by different stakeholders within the ecosystem, as well as giving a platform for innovators, researchers to showcase their work, and also get global recognition. So I think that's just a snapshot of the summary. Other than, of course, the global exposure, we also want to make it a bit fun, integrate things like a safari, because based in a quantum safari, for example, to get people to understand maybe different use cases within the quantum context of how quantum can be used within the different contexts, if it's in tourism, agriculture, so something very specific to the African problems, right? So this and among many other things, I think in time when we'll be ready, we'll be able to share the link. And I think if you want to be a speaker or learn more about the summit before we will officially done the release, you can feel free to reach out to me. I'll share my email on the chat and my contact details as well. So thank you, Farai, for the opportunity, and I'll be looking forward to having all of us attend the summit.
Yeah, thank you, Shannon. And I know there is Aga in the chat who is saying that they are happy to collaborate and help make this happen. And we hope you connect and get this done. Also, we are in contact, I think, with the JESDA, and we will want to bring the quantum diplomacy aspect to Africa. One of the big problems in Africa is the diplomatic end and the policy making, like how scientists communicate with policymakers, and the diplomatic importance of quantum is not well understood by people in policy making. So there are opportunities we're exploring to make perhaps in addition to that summit in that regard, and get that as a cluster and expand it across the regions in Africa, where workshops like these can be hosted for people in government to understand the importance of diplomacy in quantum and how that looks like. And we are exploring some of those conversations. And I know Benjamin and Janito have got the finer details, but yeah, I know there's that conversation. One other thing that has also been happening is we've been approached by players who are interested in educating and connecting policymakers across the world in quantum. So we hope that if there are government officials from your countries and your communities who are interested in quantum and especially the policy making aspect and want to jump on a course which is being pioneered this year, please feel free to let us know and we can connect them and they can connect with other policymakers across the world who are thinking about quantum, and I think it helps move this conversation within our communities and make quantum a reality for our continent. So we'll be able to explore those. I'll quickly give up to the team that I have here. Benjamin or Temitope, I don't know who is taking the mic here. Please come forward and let us know of your other request to the leaders.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you very well. We can go ahead and wrap this up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, everyone. It's so exciting to see everyone, and the engagement is really wonderful. And as we said, it's not the time for us to be silent. And African is not known in the quantum space, not because we don't have the talent. It's just because we have been silent for so long. So we want us to show up, to speak up, to take action, and let the whole world know that, yes, Africa is going to be making decisions about Africa in the quantum space. We do not want any other person to make decisions for us. We want to take the lead in making the decisions for ourselves. So one of the major things we'll be asking for is that we want to request for the voices of African leaders who are ready to shape the narrative of Africa. So we want to request for a 1-minute video for you to share why quantum matters in Africa and why you are part of this movement. So this voice is not going to stay within the consortium alone. It will be shared all over the world just to demonstrate Africa's commitment to shaping the quantum space. So we want to claim this space, and we want everyone to know that we are the leaders and we want to shape African quantum space. So very soon we'll be sending out emails to let you know how the videos will be submitted, and we really, really appreciate the voice of everyone who is ready to shape the African space.
Thank you so much. And we just hit time on 4:30 for me. And yes, you can come forward, and if you've got any questions as we wrap up. Thank you.
I think Yusra is raising her hand.
Yeah. So
Yes,
hello
Yusra.
everyone. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for this great event. I'm really, really happy to see a lot of bright minds in quantum from Africa are gathered together, and all these amazing works are happening. Unfortunately, one of the weakest things that we have is that we are doing good things, but we don't hear a lot about each other's. That's the problem. And I think the idea of the African Quantum Consortium and a lot of ideas happening out there are great steps to make us know more about what is happening in quantum in Africa, as well as to collaborate on different amazing projects for the future. Just I want to talk a little bit about Quantum Africa, because a few months ago we launched a research group. So it's like a non-organizational research group called Quantum Africa that gathers different researchers from different backgrounds, including we're mainly in quantum computing, quantum physics, and we're working on different research projects on quantum machine learning, optimization, and cryptography. For now, we have a lot of researchers and students and professors who wants to collaborate. And one of my goals is to also collaborate with the African Quantum Consortium for different projects, mainly research projects and education, because these are our main goals for Quantum Africa. And yeah, thank you so much. This is amazing. Thank you, Farai. Thank you all the African Consortium team for this amazing work.
Thank you, Yusra. We are happy to take this forward. We've got a quantum education, I think, working group, and we can connect you. We can talk about this further, and we can organize, meetings after this to explore, the final details of how we can make things happen. We are the platform to just bring people together. We want to support every effort. We want to raise every voice. We want to promote every output out of Africa. We want to connect it with the global community. For example, I think on our table, we've got a collaboration in education and research that came on our table this week. And I know Benjamin and Tim, we have got that in our to-do list for the coming week. So yes, we've got something that we think we can do solidly with the Quantum Africa, and we are happy to chat about it. Thank you so much. So I shared how we can connect. I don't know if there are any other remarks. One thing that I want to do before we go is to give Professor Yunis the last word and wrap up that way. Thank you so much, Professor Yunis, and we can have the final word from you.
Thank you very much, Farai, for organizing this, and thanks for all the contributions. I'm really feeling optimistic about what we can do in Africa. We have many ideas we can start with. I believe the first challenge is to approach the officials in our countries. And I believe they are seeking for us as well. So we can, if we prepare some documents about the actual needs of the governments in this period, for example, a roadmap about education, a roadmap about the post-quantum encryption algorithms, the roadmap. These documents, they will find it useful and they will come asking for our advice. So if we start working on this as an expert, I believe we can make a real contribution.
Thank you so much for that. As usual, we'll consolidate all these thoughts. We share the document where you can also add your thoughts, and that helps us shape the next agenda. We've got a follow-up meeting that we do every 2 weeks where we bring leaders again, because we want the leaders to keep on talking and keep on talking and keep on talking and collaborating and keep the heat on so that this doesn't go cold and it doesn't become a talk show. Like I said, we want this to be action-oriented. We want outputs. We want collaborations. We want partnerships. We want events. We want to win the Quantum Prize. That should go to a city in Africa. We want every city in Africa, in all the countries, to be featured as a quantum city and bring that awareness and use this network of skills we have across the continent to reach to those communities that may not have leaders. I think Professor Yunis mentioned about how in some countries we would be happy to have virtual events if we don't have a quantum leader around, but we need somebody on the ground to organize people, to gather them together, present them perhaps in front of a screen and have a virtual leader doing it. It is even done here. I think last week for my class that I teach here in quantum mechanics, because of the World Quantum Day, they are going to have a virtual visitor. So we need to do that as well in Africa. There's nothing that stops us from doing that. And we are here to make it happen. If you are on the ground and you can bring people together, organize them, and you need somebody to speak to them, let us know. And we'll get in touch with the experts and make them available to you, so that they can speak to the community. People can learn that right in Africa, quantum is happening. We are researching. We have the equipment. We have the starting point. If we needed to go beyond, we've got the collaborations that we can facilitate that go beyond. It has been happening before. It can be done now, and we need to consolidate and use the lessons that we have learned from all the other developments in physics and all this expertise that we have that is being shared here, and make things happen. And just make things happen, action. And with the geopolitics, like what we are seeing geopolitically and in the diplomatic circles, it is showing that Africa has to get its act up together and start focusing on its own progress and invest in its own progress and make things happen. It can't continue being subsidized by others. So let's have that forum where we are concerned about our progress and we say, what can we do? What do we have? Where do we start? And we do that. And then collaborate from a position of strength and also impact the global community. That way, help them shape the ecosystem, just like, be a player, be an active player. We go to forums where people, express ignorance about Africa, and that time is done. That time is done, and we have to change that. If we don't change it, nobody will. And our story is always going to be told by others. We had Hillary here from the PR team for the International Day of Quantum. She's happy to support our outputs, and she has joined this meeting, saw the leaders, saw what is being done in quantum in Africa, and is happy to consolidate all this effort. So thank you so much. We can go on and on and on. I know it's late for some, and we want to respect your time. Thank you so much for joining us today. We will sit down with the team, collect the thoughts that you have shared with us, and send an email on what is happening next, what meetings can you join again. And we want to set up a round table for the second quarter. So we will come back with those details and hear from more leaders who are doing amazing work across Africa. Send us your videos. When you send a request, please send us a 1-minute video or a 2-minute video about your research group. Just take the equipment, the students, share the excitement, and let's show that quantum is happening, and we'll be happy to promote it. Just reiterating what Temitope was saying. So that's our story today. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate your support, and we are so pumped up to do much more. We are going to be breaking backs next week, consolidating all these thoughts and making sure that Africa is unforgettable in this evolution of quantum technologies today and for a long, long time, even forever. Thank you so much. I think that is the end of today's meeting. And with that, we will meet you next time. We'll be in touch.
Hi, Farai. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Good evening. Good morning. Good whatever you are in this universe. Thank you very much for pulling this off. It's been quite a while since I would say a lot of African leaders actually get together and discuss things forward with quantum. I'm gonna be straightforward for this. I would love from you if you act upon something, Farai. If you continuously give notice to Africans to gather other Africans, not just to gather like us inside Africa or some of the people just like you working outside of Africa, but actually pushing things here in the continent. But what I've noticed is that we, as from what I've seen, we only know like 10% of Africans that are actually doing things with quantum. There are many Africans out there. They're leading many quantum initiatives, but they are still under the ground, kind of working on these big projects with quantum. So what we would love to see is that if you continuously raise the awareness, not just about quantum and get people together, but also bring other Africans to have like solid vision towards quantum in Africa, because that's the main thing. I think I've discussed with you and many Africans before, and many other friends that we have been discussing things like since 21 or 2020 now, almost 4 years or 5 years. And one of the main barriers actually is still for these many Africans. They're going outside of Africa, maybe for studying, they're doing some kind of lab work in quantum or so on. But the idea is give back to Africa, right? Like we understand that you may not be able to actually exist like on site, but we need you. Like go outside, get out of Africa, get educated, get experience, but at the same time give back to the continent, move things forward with other Africans. They're trying to understand things with quantum. And I strongly believe we have almost similar governmental mentalities, if I could say that in a right way. And if Africans working on European unions or maybe like working on United States of America, Asian countries or so on, if they actually their voices have actually a very, very strong vocal tune, right? When they actually talk back to their governments that, hey, I've been working on these kind of projects here in Europe or in US, and this is how these governments are actually doing their work. So I'm talking about like this is from a professional perspective. These leading countries are doing X, Y, and Z, and these are our recommendations for you as governments here in Africa. So, anyways, this is just a notice that I would love to see Africans actually educating other Africans that you need to give back to the continent, because not every African could actually get out and have an educational opportunity or work with these companies. So always have that in mind, that you may have the opportunity, but for others it may not exist, or at least it might be even hard for them to actually get an opportunity due to many reasons. But yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Abdul. And I feel you. And this is why I think in our newsletter, last one, we were looking at the diaspora in order to just get a feel of what it looks like. And the data project that you heard about, which Tomitope is leading, is exactly to do that. We need to account for who are the people in the diaspora who can actually help Africa. And I think we had this mentioning of Deji Akinwande, was working into team materials, an early advisor to the consortium. I met him here. He looks forward to supporting what is happening in the continent and wants an efficient way of doing it. And we feel that the Africa Quantum Consortium has to be that efficient platform, which is why we call it the gateway between Africa and the world. Because we don't want to keep things only within Africa, we want to connect them to the global community. We also want to look at the global skills and Africa, so the Africa, the Friends of Africa, the African diaspora. We want all these people to invest back in their community. And one other thing that I was sharing even in Austin when I went to SXSW was how people who leave Africa miss home and want to invest home and wish that was easy and wish there was an efficient way of doing it. So in our first newsletter, we characterized the leaders who are friends of Africa, who are looking at going back to Africa, who are still having these connections really strong, and who can raise money, who can impact research, who can create opportunities, who want to invest back in the continent in money, in education, in material, in many different ways. And we want them to be aware of what's happening in Africa, and we want to connect these two networks of amazing people and make things happen. So that's where the magic lies. And with your support, as you also share the word out there and talk about what we can do together as Africans, I feel we'll get there. So thank you for highlighting that, and take action on it as well, and let us know what we can do wherever. We're not going to be good at everything, but let us know whenever there are gaps you think we can plug in, and we'll be happy to think about what we can do. And yeah, we are on that path. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, thank you, everybody.
Yeah,
All right.
Yusra.
Cheers. Thank you. Yusra? Okay.
I think you were muting yourself, Yusra. Did you want to say anything? This is our time. We are here.
I just want to add something on what Abdul Malik has said. This is like really important point actually, because as one of the hardships that I faced is the scarcity of quantum education in Africa. So whatever someone is interested in quantum, especially quantum computing and not quantum physics, he needs to go outside of Africa to be able to get the knowledge and come back. And most of the time they don't come back. And that's the point that we should work on it. We should bring more education of quantum in Africa. So I think in Algeria, lately they started establishing like a quantum computing masters by the government, which is something good, but still this masters lacks a lot of things. It's still in its beginning. So I also don't see a lot of like professional masters or quantum computing masters in Africa, which is something that we really should work on it. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that highlight. And I know at the University of East in South Africa, they were planning on offering that, and it's happening. I think Stellenbosch now, KwaZulu-Natal, Wits in South Africa, where I come from. I know Saha Ben Rashid came out of an institution at the University of Tunis, El Mana, which was working on quantum computing. We're seeing Algeria doing it. Egypt has been doing it, like Professor Yunus was sharing. So there are those opportunities of starting. I know AIMS has got programs in mathematics that connect with the computational physics that takes them to quantum as well. So all these things, we want them to surface so that people know this is happening. When we propose to a government or to a country, it's not like it's a new idea. Other African countries are doing it, and we feel it will compel other African countries to uptake. And we want to end up, for example, getting to the African Union level where we've got these policy frameworks, and they could be adopted by countries depending on their circumstances. At the same time, we are exploring this diplomacy and policy making education so that the people that you talk to in government, you are already aware of what's happening and what are the things we lose. So you begin to be able to set up this disincentive system, because the people adopt ideas out of incentives. So we need to learn to talk about the incentives that will make the policymakers and the bureaucrats act and change policy and implement ideas, implement these changes in education that are required, that usually only government can make happen. So we think we have the support, and we're starting there where we want to build this diplomacy, have diplomacy workshops, and have policy making classes for the policymakers, the people in government. I know in some event I met people from Uganda who were interested, from the Ministry of Standards and Ministry of Industry, I guess, who were interested in standardization of quantum technologies. And that's a good start. And people can start learning about how others are doing it, and what should we also think about in the future, and refresh their knowledge and just get exposure on what's happening out there. Cryptography, I feel, will be that moment which brings us together when these systems have to migrate. So I guess that is the sweet moment for quantum, and that is what we're targeting to consolidate on. Start with policies on cryptography, PQC and QKD, and we've been running some. I remember there was a national cybersecurity month in Zimbabwe, and John Zeriwa, who was here, if he's still here, has run a number of events where we have brought in experts in QKD from across the world to talk to the African community about PQC and QKD. What is it? What exactly does it mean? What kind of infrastructure can it, exist on, or what has to change? How does implementation look like in an African context? And we have heard from some experts from Toshiba, some experts from, I remember, from Switzerland, who were talking about 5G SIM cards that are, quantum secure, you name it. So these are the conversations we want to promote and expand. And we feel that cryptography will be that moment, because there has to be a migration to PQC. And there are researchers from Africa who are actually part of these. I remember I was talking to people at NIST and asking them to say, did you receive any submissions on some of these, cryptographic methods that could be used against, which are robust to a quantum computer from Africa? And they said yes, and they connected me with some researchers who are working on these things. So I'm like, oh, the actually people from Africa were involved in this, and we don't know about them. So we want those to talk more to people in the continent. And maybe this whole policy aspect will begin to come in, because we've got the data, we've got the information, and I think Professor Yunis on the exit indicated what is our next project. Our next project is to work on a template that can be used to approach governments and convince them that they need to act, and show them the incentives that make them take action. And we are getting help on diplomacy and policy making on that as well. How do you communicate? Because the other disconnect is between how scientists, our experts, communicate their achievements versus what the officials and the bureaucrats and the people in government, what makes them act. So that language disconnect is something that we have to work on. And we are planning workshops and events that can help perhaps, make that will happen, or make that work in some way. So thank you so much for bringing that to the fore and spotlighting it again and again and again, and to convince us as that, at least we know the partners to approach, and we know the experts to talk to, and we have this leadership forum happening, and we're hearing from you, and we'll come back to you with whatever we are getting and how this can happen.
Yeah, that would be with pleasure to help in that as well. With all the things that I can help with, I would love to contribute to this mission. This is a very noble mission, and I hear that a lot. Like a lot of students that I meet, a lot of researchers, African researchers that I meet in different African gatherings, mainly in, for example, machine learning and AI, people who wants to jump in quantum, but they lack these knowledge and how to get to quantum from their universities or their research groups. So it's something sad, and it's something that we're working on it. And I'm really happy to see all of your efforts, and I'm really optimistic after this meeting. Like the energy is really high, and I'm so happy to see all of that.
Thank you so much, Yusra. We appreciate it, and we are happy to move the needle in a small way. I can see the smile from the whole team. Thank you so much. You are also, putting it's a tailwind on our flight. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that.
Appreciate it. Feel free to unmute and to chat to us. We are here to just, cool down from what has been an amazing event for us, and we are happy to answer your questions, hear from you. You don't have to bring a question or to, do anything hard. Sometimes it's just saying hi to the team. They will appreciate it. I can see them. They are easy to make smile, right? So try it.
Yeah, I don't really have something to say, but it's been a long while, Farai. So yeah, I just had to unmute and say hi. It's been a really long time.
How are
Even
you?
yeah. Wow.
Exactly.
I really enjoyed all the activities, the one quantum activities you were holding back then.
Hi,
We no longer
Kenny.
have those as often. But yeah, I think this is something new, and yeah, we can keep pushing. So yeah, thanks for this.
Appreciate you. It's a big, big project, this one. It needs your support. So please, please, make it happen.
Sure. I'm definitely here, and I'm ready to contribute in any way I can. So yeah, thanks for
Appreciate
this.
it. Thank you so much. It's been fun knowing you, working with you, and it's a pleasure having you again on this ambitious project that seems to be coming together. It's crystallizing and coming together. And please put your ideas in the document where we are collecting thoughts from leaders. It helps shape what has to be our next steps. And we are going to, we've got a lot of things to do. I think we had a lot, and we follow up with an email. Our newsletter is another thing that's going to come out. So yeah, just to stay in touch, go to the Discord. Let's make that the platform where all these activities, events, questions, because we may not be able to have this kind of meeting every day, but if you go to the Discord and put stuff there, definitely somebody somewhere is going to look at it and respond, connect you with someone to give you an idea or a suggestion or challenge some of your thoughts, and we all get better that way. So we think all these platforms that we are establishing are very important to keep this conversation going in its different in the different ways. We really appreciate it. All right. If there's nothing else to be said and everyone is happy and excited, thank you so much, team, for getting this to happen. Thank you so much for all the attendees that are still with us right now and those that came early. Please share this word about the consortium as you go out there in our next meeting. Let's have more people, more ideas. More people means more ideas. I was actually selling this idea about how Africa, a continent of 1.5 billion, has a lot of ideas, and you can't ignore those ideas. There's no way that the world can go ahead without our ideas. It's impossible. It's impossible. We are a significant fraction of the population, and by 2050, we would have perhaps projected to be 2.5 billion. So we play a significant role in how things are shaped in this world. And let's just take that seriously and do our part. That's all that there is. That's all there is to it, and that's it. So thank you so much. Tim, thank you so much. We will reconvene on the other channels. Perhaps, find a time we can meet next week and digest all this. I know you're tired. It's been a long weekend. We started talking about this yesterday and even early on to just get to this day. But it has happened. It has come. It has ended. And there are many, many, many more things to do. So yeah, with that, I will close the meeting. Thank you so much. Have a good night to those that are going to sleep, a good afternoon to those that are in another time zone, and a good evening and a good morning wherever you are. Thank you so much. Let's stay in touch and let's keep the conversation going.
All right. Thank you very much. Right.
Thank you. Yeah, have a good night or good afternoon.
Bye,
Yeah.
everyone.
Bye.
Yeah, bye.
Bye. Take care.
Cheers.
Bye.